We good? Are we good? I think we're good, yeah? Test, 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 blah, blah, blah. Test, 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 blah, blah, blah. Okay, okay. Okay. You guys got a link for this thing? Get the show on the road.
Do you want to learn the trading strategies that we've perfected over the last 30 years?
What's that?
Hi, I'm Lane Mendelson. I'm the president
What
of
the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, cool. Okay, okay. Boom, ba, 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 boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. Just quickly get everything set up over here. Boom, 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 boom. And we'll do a quick update on the trades, although nothing particularly interesting. And I just stuck to what we said at the last stream. So no particularly interesting updates on that side of things. Also need to get some water. Got no water in my cup. This down here, close this. Oh, Bybit's fucked up, or Binance is fucked up again. It was fine yesterday again. What the fuck? What the fuck? Anyways. Anyways. Okay. Where were we last? Where were we last? Oh yeah, it was just long, right? We got in like here. Ended up closing a good amount of it here on this thing, like I closed 75% of it, and the rest is still running, which is this thing. Let me switch the overlay real quick. That is this thing right here, instance 1036, pink pink. Not a whole lot left in that position, but whatever. And I haven't traded since. Kind of like just took a step back from the charts the remainder of yesterday and today. I wanted to just chill. Like I was doing trading related stuff like reading and whatnot, but I didn't want to actually be like looking at the charts trading. So potentially miss a short opportunity here. That's okay, no. There will be many more as per usual. This is good. This is good, okay. Grasp doesn't to work on your YouTube videos. It definitely does. It works for me. And no, I'm not gonna go find the transcripts and post them all. It's got better stuff to do personally. Sure, you could find them though. I'm pretty sure if it doesn't load the first time, just like refresh the page and try it again. This happens to me sometimes. Or if not, like try loading the transcript and then like go back another day, like the day after kind of thing, because it happens to me sometimes as well. I definitely missed a short, but whatever. Right, shout to the imaginary yellow line as per usual. Right, pink. Goddamn. There is a gap below on CME, so let's see if we kind of fill this thing, or we just start to like dip our tip in and then rip, or what? So be mindful of the gap for the next while here. Same with S&P, right? These are all like gap down on the open. Be mindful of these gap fills. Gold gapped up, okay. Yeah, feels bad. Like bing. Whoops. Ding. Did I have to throw in a little baby short right here? I mean, who knows if it ends up running, right? Might just grab the single print and go, but definitely missed a potential trade opportunity here. Also, we're leaving behind some pretty shitty lows here and here, so interesting to see if we leave these behind or we come down and clean them at some point. I mean, to be honest, this is like line in the sand right here for the bears, to be honest. If this gets lost, pretty fucking likely we're an all-time high, if not higher. So bears better be looking to lock down this zone right here, or it's looking like a GG this week. Okay, I'm gonna get some water real quick. Also, I mean, in terms of the TPs on the long, where are the next ones? The next one's like on this yellow line, and then we have one right here at the naked point of control. And there's a third one. There's a third one, right? Yeah, third one like up here. At this naked point of control. Well, this one's gone now. Delete that. Yeah, third one's up here. So we'll see how those end up playing out. Don't need this anymore, right? What's this from? Oh, no, we'll definitely keep that there. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna get something to snack on and some water. Okay, we back. Back on our bullshit. Interesting weekly close, right? Interesting weekly close. Pretty big level. Wanted to stay above here. Ended up doing it. So far, Bulls doing their job. If we far out the zone again, boy, gonna be looking hella bullish. Hella motherfucking bullish. Also doing one of these, right? Bing, right at the weekly level. And we got the back test on the lower time frames. Bing. So, yeah. Looking pretty strong right now for the Bulls in terms of trying to hold this point of control and whatnot. Boom. We'll see, right? Because we are doing one of these on the daily. Bing. So we're about to find out pretty soon what's going on here, which is why I'm talking about this level up here being incredibly fucking important for Bears to hold this. If this does not hold for Bears, look out! Boy, because we're about to blast up on their bitch ass, run up on their bitch ass to the upside. And that would mean that people got front run again, right? This zone got front run. Another zone that we're not giving them a back test pullback on. Boy, you know motherfuckers gonna be FOMOing in. Better be careful. We shall see, right? As per usual, we have to wait and see at this point. But in terms of the setup, it's looking, it's starting to form, right? Starting to form. Big area of contention coming up in the game here. Boom. Let's update our levels, yeah. Update our levels. And we'll go through some of these charts after, right? We just got a bunch of monthly candles. Let's see how all these alts are looking. So make sure we're all set up properly over here. Put this back on this screen. Same with this. We're on page what? Page 217. 217. Okay. So shout out to the imaginary trend line, right? Shout out to the imaginary trend line. Came back and ba-bing! Picks up like that bitch twice. Boy. Shout out to the imaginary trend lines. Shout out to the imaginary lines as per usual. Ba-bing! Also the imaginary VWAPs. Ba-bing! Oh! Go to the mouth. Okay. A cop on some of this data. Some of this this math. 107. Interesting. A lot of shorts opening into this move on Binance. Okay. That's why the other contract isn't loading. I can't see. Okay. Let's go back a little bit actually. Still a lot of longs underwater though. I mean, if they lock this thing down right here, they're pretty juicy for bears, right? Pretty juice. There are a lot of longs that haven't closed from back here still. How are all these oscillators looking? Mm. This is the same on spot. Is okay. And not a whole lot of aggressive buying here. There's a pretty fucking big bear devs across everything. The only thing pumping this move is like perps basically. Interesting. Perp limit orders. A little suspicious that is. There's also a lot of like buy limits here too, so that plays out. Who runs out of money first? Okay. Yeah, we definitely missed this short. Feels bad. Going to the gym, making dinner and whatnot. It feels motherfucking bad. We start to lose this shit though. Like kind of. Definitely get back in that thing. It's okay. We know how to chase it. Don't gotta freak out. No big deal. Some of these monthly charts, yeah. Look at some of these monthly charts. Bum, 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 bum. Next month, it's gonna be pretty important, right? The biannual, quarterly, 2-month, all coming next month. Interesting. Looks like it wants lower for sure, right? Rejected out of the range. Being hammered right back out that bitch. Interesting. Interesting place to close on ETH. Right at this level. Pretty strong candle formation at the lows though, we'll say that. There's one natural gas. Looking pretty strong, right? Looking pretty fucking strong. Goddamn. Why is this even on here? And how are these doing? Or all these weeklies looking out of curiosity. Okay. Interesting. These, some of these alt things. Shout out to our, shout out to the imaginary drawings we did months ago, right? Motherfucking, threw that thing down to a goddamn fucking thief, I think. Goddamn. Anyways. Also, I got fucking trolled on this thing. I got into a trade, I don't even remember where. Here, I think it was. Didn't reach our first TP on it, ended up getting closing out, so I didn't round trip the thing, and then just baby, it just been blasting up, motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucker. Ave. I mean, is it me or does ETH seem like a fucking Max Payne trade is coming, right? I mean, it's already been the case, but like... If we don't get a bit of a sell and may go away type scenario in these next month or two, definitely a Max Payne trade over there. Interesting. Curve definitely gonna be like a pretty big sleeper, yeah. Especially all the stablecoin stuff. I feel like this is like a definitely slept on. I know this is the full chart not, but like also pretty big volume gaps to the upside. Wouldn't be surprised if this thing fucking ends up sending, for real sending. Interesting chart that is. If we do get a nuke over the summer though, this thing's definitely gonna play out, right? Max Payne to the downside, 3-digit ETH. Goddamn, goddamn. We got 2 of these. Didn't we already see this? Cannot fucking rate. What was that? I think the ETF decision is pretty soon for HBAR, right? Coming up relatively soon. I think a bunch of the deadlines are pretty soon here. Let's make sure we write this down. Hype obviously looking strong as fuck. How long has this been? Honestly, adding liquidity to like the Jupiter perps is not even like a bad like. I think it's basically up only. Aside from like the recent correction we got. What is that? Also Pendle, right? Pendle. That was another pretty important one. In terms of ETH beta, Pepe, right? Pepe is like always in the mix. Always in the mixer. Where did I get this from? Must have been the full chart on Dex Tools, right? I'd imagine. If I recall it correctly. So these dexes are gonna start to get a little suspicious, right? With like hype in the scene, a lot of these like soul dexes and whatnot, like Orcas, and a little sus, a little sus. Little sus. Interesting. It's compressing pretty hard, right? Into this like double monthly level volume node. So doing like this. Interesting. Interesting. How's Soy Lana doing? Whoops. that. Soy Lana, soy boy.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. You look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers,
To research some stock stuff, right? Did anything interesting happen at the Bitcoin conference related to this thing? When you guys are kind of like Biddy Beta, like
most of these kids
Babylon, etc. Bob.
and many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system.
And basically any kind of like L2 for BTC, blah blah blah.
Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress?
Interesting level of interest here, yeah. If we do get into the late lower. Hmm. And this chart was fucking ridiculous. Goddamn Celestia. Goddamn. Tron is one of those sleepers, right? Motherfuckers have been sleeping on Tron. Been sleeping on Tron. Thing goes crazy when it comes to stable coins, though. I'll tell you that much. We've bounced right off that fucking accumulation level from the old chart. Okay. Okay. Trying to get a feel for like what is, you know, strong versus not strong in the last rally we had. Because if you start to get another leg up on Bitcoin, right, you want to kind of move towards the strength. We are going to be getting alts. World is an interesting one, right? Because like, this is the concept of world is like quite important, right? Proof of humanity in a world of like AI is quite important. And they've gotten some pretty big investments recently. chart looks fucking mega cooked, but and also they have like 90% of the tokens are locked. This thing flips this level though, god damn, right? Just to get back to here is a hundo. What's the other one they do? We're missing one here. We're missing like a Arkham. You got it. And Stellar and XRP. So what's this doing? Still dicking around above the single print. Okay. Is it gonna bounce from our imaginary yellow line on CME or what? Or what? Are we gonna start filling this gap? What are the indexes doing? Okay, okay. This thing fucking pixel fuck the 618 monthly level. Goddamn. I mean, goddamn. Looks like it wants to break out pretty soon, yeah. I'm just coiling up into this monthly level again. So building a lot of value up here, right? After this massive pump, things building value up here. Curious to see how that plays out. We'll be mindful of that. Okay, good enough. Okay, okay. What if we forget to do? If we have to do something, yeah. Boom, boom. Setting your yellow lines. Where are you setting them around mainly? It's in the Discord. Someone asked about it. There's like a written explanation. It's like its volume levels is this stuff. Volume levels plus like TPO levels plus math. But yeah, I explained it in there in the question section somewhere. Start adding the liquidation levels to my charts. It's helpful for knowing if the longs or shorts are being targeted. I mean, they're always being targeted. That's like the case for any market. Just moves towards liquidity. You have to go there so people. Like the more money you have, the higher of a time frame you're trading on. And like on the lower time frames, like these levels of interest are where like liquidity has been building. Yeah, I mean it is like definitely like a good way to identify areas of interest. That's why I have them. all kinds of red boxes over here. Way down to 65k still. There's more above. I don't know the ones above, but there's definitely some above too. Which is not particularly relevant yet until we clear these two. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Yeah, I mean basically it's just value area highs and value area lows of the volume nodes. More or less. Or should we leave this? How's this looking? Cause imagine we have some pretty big hidden bear divs, right? Yeah, more or less. We start to pump any more. Get rid of this one for now. Interesting. Is the 65k one still there because it hasn't been removed, or are you just keeping it as if it's going to dip that hard? It'll probably target that area. I mean, it'll change by the time it gets down there, but I had it there from when we were in that region. No point to remove it just yet. Yeah, they change over time. Cause like, okay, like sure, down here there was a bunch of longs to liquidate that we never end up getting. But then as we've moved up, these people are closing their positions, right? They're not just staying in this trade like forever. So like the boxes exchange over time. Like I usually like once you start to go back, I'll update them. I updated these two recently. But yeah, they change over time. People open positions, close positions, blah blah blah. God damn. This thing's done charging. To our laptop next. I mean, at some point we'll probably be down there. Who knows when? Maybe not, right? Maybe not. Maybe this is the super cycle. A lot of people think that we're not gonna dip below like 90, 80k ever again. Speaking of which, what is the floor price? Production cost, here we go. Historically, it's never dropped below the cost of production. Which I mean makes sense. does make sense. Only that value is at 60k and some change, so yeah, ChatGPT, the Bitcoin conference highlights, some people saying 170k in a year. Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't give that too much attention though. Those people are pretty delusional. They think that people aren't gonna fucking dump on their ass. So I will not give that too much attention. I mean, sure, in a long enough time horizon, yeah, sure, but kind of throwing out price targets is a bit nonsensical. Especially for people that are there, right? They're all those like the highest fucking hopium, like Bitcoin maxis there is. With good US government support, maybe. That's what I mean, right? Like you're already getting got thinking that stuff. No government support is gonna stop whales from downloading the clip on you. Cause like in like the highest time frame players, right? People that are playing the long game, they're gonna dump on you for sure. They're gonna dump on you because on a high enough time frame, like it's how they accumulate more, right? It's like, think about it. If I buy a shit ton of it, this fucking chart, man. If I buy a shit ton here, a shit fucking ton, and I'm selling it all up here, this entire thing is me profiting. Doesn't matter if I sell it here, doesn't matter. I'm always selling in profit from where I bought it. So anyone that loaded their bags here is gonna fucking sell and push the price down. Of course they fucking are. So they're gonna take all this profit and reload the bag. So like, if you think that that's not gonna happen again, you're just fucking being naive, right? You're just sniffing on copium. Of course they're gonna do that. And it doesn't fucking matter if you want it to happen or not. It's gonna fucking happen. They have the most supply. So anyone that's sitting here talking about like, yeah, super cycle, like $1 million Bitcoin, like, okay, think whatever you fucking want, but you're gonna get got. There's a reason this happens, right? It's not a coincidence. Motherfucking ads. Yeah, of course it makes sense. That's why it's like whenever people think, like, people always go like, this time's different, this time's different. Okay, believe whatever you fucking want to believe. Telling you it's not gonna be different, but because there's no reason to not do that, right? Like if you're playing the long game, like because they've been doing this. This has been happening for years and years already, right? It's been happening for like I don't even know how many years this is. 4,000 days. So like they do this with the intention of accumulating for the long time frame. And if you just keep repeating it, right? Buy, dump, buy wherever we end up coming down here, and then dumping wherever we get up here again. When those dips have happened in the past, retrading it, no, I didn't get into it. I got into crypto like, I mean crypto, trading in general. Like in this kind of area. And like a lot of this stuff that happened here was related to like Black Swan type events. Cause there was like a pretty massive like crypto entity that like crashed here, the 3ARK or whatever it was. And here was like the FTX debacle. So that these like two like nukes were like related to that. I don't know if it was this one or this one, but yeah, like this one was definitely one of the FTX ones. I mean, telltale signs, like you'll just notice there's gonna be like look at the volume spikes, right? Volume spike at the lows, volume spike at the high, volume spike at the low, volume spike at a peak, right? There's always like, whenever there's like huge, like these spikes in volumes transfer of wealth, is what these are, right? It's either people like capitulating and selling their shit at a massive loss, or people dumping on your bitch ass. So when you see a bit massive candles like this, you know shit's going down. The same thing I was talking about on gold, right? When we were watching gold like way back here before it hit the all-time high, I was warning people. I said like these three candles, people should have fucking known the top was coming, at least for a while. Cause like this is what this is telling you is motherfuckers are dumping on your bitch ass right now, and then they might get another leg up, and you might get a little bit more juice out of the move, but it's coming down. Every single high volume bar is sell day, sell day, sell day, sell day, sell day, sell day, sell day. So like you want to be paying attention to like what's going on with the volume, and if it's like a green or red day. Because when you start to see like multiple volume bars and they're always sell days that are the highest, that's when you know people are unloading the clip. Just leaving it to bag holders. And like we can still go higher. I'm not saying gold is like topped out, but like you're already starting to see signs of like distribution going on. Like that's all it is, right? Price is just like on like a high enough, zoomed out enough time frame. Okay, this is not the full chart of gold, so it's not the most fair representation. But it's like waves. It's like waves. And you want to sell the top of the wave and then get back into the bottom, then sell the top. It's not like a fair drawing. Let's do a better one. You're like selling, buying, and you're just repeating that over and over. So like whenever you do this, like you're growing how much you have without putting any more money into the market. Like I'm buying here, I'm selling here. This entire distance is profit, and then I can just buy back more with the amount of money I made from this whole movement. But I never actually put any more money into the market. Just gains I'm compounding until more gains. This is what everyone does. The largest time frame people all do this. Because if not, you're just being like suboptimal. Like people that think that you should be buying and holding stocks for like 20 years, never touching them, they're just kind of they don't know how to play the game properly. Don't know how to play the game.
So I have a hot take. AI is not just a
What's with these fucking ads?
Use Monday CRM.
But why?
Yo, ask yourself this question. Next time you see your reflection, is it me or my ego? Whose name's getting mentioned? Am I a man or a monster? Is it a job or a hobby?
Gotta expand my time frame then.
Who they set my apology dealing with? What am I dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, when it comes to like your long-term holdings, like yeah, like for instance, like like there are people who, like on S&P for example, like they'll like have like rules of like, okay, if this thing ever drops like 15%, I'm just buying. I'm buying the dip no matter what. They'll never buy it until there's a huge dip, and whenever there's a dip, that they're just allocating their money. Because like on a long enough time horizon, that's just a discount, right? Like this thing is never gonna like crash and just never come back. It's not gonna just do this and just never come back up. It's not how it's designed to work. Okay, tell me to get Bitcoin with $700. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, I didn't really. I knew about it a long time ago, but I never like really gave it much thought. I also did not care about finance in any matter. Nor did I have like a whole lot of money back then. But whatever. Like we're gonna get another kind of like robotics, right? Robotics is around the corner, so any kind of investment into robotics is gonna go parabolic eventually. That's why I own a bunch of Tesla. I mean, those opportunities always end up coming around. Same with like quantum computing, right? If you kind of look at like even though quantum computing right now is like a bit of like a scam. I don't even want to call it a scam, but like if you understand that these are not like viable products and they're more like research companies than anything, then like this is a crazy, right? Like you're making like 1,000% in how long? 50 days, 60 days, over 1,000% move. stuff like this is gonna keep popping up over and over and over. It always happens. Before it was like weed stocks, then it was like crypto, and then it was like shit like this. And then it's like psychedelics, like mushrooms and whatnot. Who knows what's gonna be next? But there will be something. Anyways, yeah, in terms of Bitcoin, like 170K or whatever, the price. The thing is, doesn't like. There's no point. There's no point in like trying to guess a price. Better to just kind of look at like this data on the higher time frame and look see when it's getting like overheated or not. That's gonna give you a way better idea than just random price targets. Single print has been grabbed. Is it grabbed in the lower time frame? Yeah, it is. Okay. Looking a little sus. Looking a little sus. Potentially. Interesting. No, we'll say though, if we do reverse from here right now without cleaning these highs, I'm loading up the fucking bag on a long down here probably. If we start to leave like all these bad highs and leave this unswept like this, boy, I want to load up the bag down here. Kind of the probability increases of like us bouncing here as opposed to not. Leaving behind unfinished zones to the upside. I mean, we'll see. We'll see when we get down there in terms of the data, but if we leave this behind as like a when I'm trying to get into long, I'm looking at my lips, looking at this, and with all this garbage. Let's not get carried away though, right? Let's not get carried away because this happened repeatedly to the upside too, so we'll have to go back immediately. At some point though, we'll be blasting through this garbage. What was this on with, right? Boom. So what's coming up this week? ISM at manufacturing tomorrow at 10. We also got Jerome Powell giving his speech at 1. Okay. Jolt on Tuesday at 10. I suppose the Canadian banking is, you know, giving out, the Bank of Canada is giving out the rates. I doubt that means a whole lot. We have been cutting those, so expect that trend will be continuing. It's also priced in to be a cut this week. Bank of Canada is a fucking meme though. Unemployment on Thursday. European Central Bank on Thursday as well. Okay. Big week. The next 3 weeks are going to be pretty big. All the shit going on. The week after that we got PPI, CPI. We have the Fed meeting the week after. Big 3 weeks coming up here. Damn, we missed the fight. That's so annoying, and then missing that short. I'm never going to the gym again. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck the gym. Anyways. Y'all got any questions? Because I'm about to be nerding out for a little bit. Until we get down here, I'm probably not going to be entertaining getting into long unless we bounce here and put in a new high. Something like this. Bing bing. I'll be eyeing this zone. Also looking to short if we could lose this area. So for now we're kind of just sitting on our hands, waiting. Put some alarms so we don't get too distracted doing other shit. We are in the long anyways, so don't need to be too mindful on the long side of things. More so just the shorts. So let's add some wicks to this. Was probably a high EQ. Pretty sure it's previous day. Yeah, EQ is equilibrium. It's just this is the high today, and this is the low. The 50% is the middle, the equilibrium. It's just the 50% level of yesterday's high and low, basically. The 50% level. This is a juicy sweep on CME. Juicy sweep. Interesting. You get that from the daily chart to put in the lower time frames? No, I got it from Exo charts. Cause I have like sec. Like, there's different kinds of charts, right? Like there's not just like candles and like line. Like there's all kinds of different charts, and there's even more than this. Like TradingView sucks for this. I guess do they have volume? Those are different though, right? Yeah, these are just fatter based on volume, but there's different kinds. But anyways, like this is just some type of the candles. Like, and you'll see like once in a while I'll go through different ones for certain reasons. But anyways, on Exo charts, which is the thing I leave streaming open sometimes, like I have volume candles, which they're different than this. It's like this is time-based candles. So for every like 30 minutes, you get a new candle. But the ones I'm using on there are like volume based, so it's like every like X amount of volume, or X is just some number, doesn't matter, it's like a variable. It prints a candle. And the chart looks like very different from this. But the point is like that these value areas are like more consistent using these kind of candles than the typical one. So like I get these values from the volume chart on Exo. But I go to see here, like I also have I have different versions of this as well. Like this is just the volume one, but I also have time-based ones for this. But I have it all open on Exo, so I'm not gonna have like 20 different things on here, like PD value area high volume, PD value area high, like time, PD value area high, like this that. Like it just to be like a little chaotic. It already looks chaotic as fuck as is. So the other ones I just kind of leave on the program, and I can see it myself. Like you can also just do this, right? You can just set like the session volume profile. Here we'll do this one. Actually, we'll do it on a naked chart. It's easier to see. Okay, so each one of these boxes is like the session, right? So this box is the previous day. This is PD, and then don't really do a good job of showing it. This is like the PD value area high, PD value area low, PD point of control, and then 50% would be like the 50% of this. This would be like right here somewhere. A lot of people use these, so like definitely like worth looking into. Why do your candles have red and green like normal? What are the black and gray? The black and gray is the normal. Like these candles have like I'll just write it down. So like black slash gray equals normal. And then purple, which is like this one. Purple and blue. And then red and green. And when I say like 1.5 times volume or 2 times volume, it's measuring the last 10 candles, or like whatever value you want. Like 10 can be some variable. And if the current candle has 1.5x or 2x or some other value, right? I can do like 3x, 4x, etc. It changes the color. So it's kind of a way of seeing like when there's like spikes in volume like out of nowhere. So a lot of times it's like means like there's some like larger entity in the market, right? And you also notice a lot of times like when like there'll be reversals like based on these candles, right? If you get some like higher time frame hammer candle, like a, so let's say the price is going upwards, like boom, 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 and at the very top you get some like red, like shooting star candle. Yeah, a lot of times you'll see like a price reverses from there. Same to the downside. If you get some like green hammer candle at the bottom, the price will like reverse from there. Like it's a higher probability. It's what it is. Because like if you notice, a lot of times like these moves, like the biggest spikes in volume typically coincide with like the ends of moves. So you kind of want to be mindful of what's happening with the volume, and on different exchanges too, right? It's not just, this is just Coinbase. So you have to be like mindful of the volume of all the exchanges. Boom, boom, boom. But it's not, I wouldn't say like that's like just me being a nerd, and I wouldn't say it's necessary by any means. Like most people don't even know. Like most people don't know what that is. They've never seen it in their life. Ain't never seen it in their life. We are slowly approaching the gap. Slowly but surely. Don't need this anymore. Motherfuckers. Also, I forgot this. Hmm. Okay. So how much did I eat today? Because I'm fucking hungry. Let's calculate this, do some maths, quick maths on our food. Hmm. We have to have a protein shake still. Let me go get that. How do I set those candles? It's just some indicator vector candles. What's this one? Interesting. I normally use this one, but it seems like there's a different one. It seems interesting. I also have like one. I have a different one on this screen. I made it like I improved, iterated on this version instead of having just like this one does like 1.5 and 2x, and that's it. So you can only have like 2 settings, and the multipliers are fixed. So I made one where I could have like way more. I can have like 1.5, 2.0, like 2.5, 3.0, etc. And I can also change whatever the multiplier amounts, whatever I want. So it's kind of like a, it's like a heat wave. Looks like a heat wave. I don't know how I would like draw a heat wave on here. Whatever, you got what I mean. It's not just like a binary two colors. But like yeah, it works out pretty nicely because like when there's like a pretty strong move, the color of it will like change as the heat wave progresses. So you'll kind of see like the volume, but you can see anyways, right? Like, if you're paying attention to this thing, like you don't really need that, but it's just like a nice visual cue. Yeah, the single print has actually been grabbed. The tick size on here didn't catch it. So let's see what actually happens now. Two-hour candle in 2 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we kind of backtest this zone, right? I think that's where the golden pocket is. Kind of get a look over here. Yeah, it's like level right here. How far is this in terms of the gap? This is 500. 840 to fill the gap. Interesting. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. It's funny, I was watching an interview yesterday about people on Wall Street complaining how quant funds are wrecking their shit, right? Motherfucking math. Got him, got him. 9 out of the 10 most performance funds this year are all quant funds, just mathing on their bitch ass. I've been trying to tell you guys about fucking math. Sitting here trying to like do fundamental analysis, balance sheets and shit. It's comedy. These are fucking clowns. You cannot compete. Adam. Oh my god, guys. 2 weeks away until the Fed meeting. I can't wait. I wish I could just fast forward. Fast forward in time. I should be mindful of probably shorting some of these alts, yeah? This thing is gonna roll over. All imbalance to the downside and these things sell off hard. Missed the sweep on this, god damn. Eek. Man, sucks missing on that short. I'm gonna wait around for a while. Fuck, fuck. Fuck. You're starting to head into the gap. You've arrived at the gap. What's the math on that? We already have like hidden bull divs, right? See, even if we use this swing low, we're gonna have them as well. Keep going. Question is, how much lower can we go before we start to get cooked here? So different regular bull divs. Seemingly we're gonna bounce in the zone right now, but we shall see. We shall see. Maybe we do like the full clear lower, like grab the liquidity. What's it looking like? So where all the high leverage liquidations at to the downside. The cluster at 103.3. The yellow line. Another one at 103.7. Valley area low. I suspect this will be getting cleaned at some point, right? Clean up the weekend lows, clean up this garbage that's getting left behind right now. Plus we have like 2 bad poor lows in a row. Making this shit like hella weak. Hella weak. So we shall see. Zoom in on this heat map. Damn, 102.8. Damn. 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 Okay, it's on every exchange. Interesting. Anyways, we'll go off the gap, right? This gap will be quite telling of what's going to be going on here. Like, are we filling this thing and getting out? Are we filling it and bouncing? Or are we filling in this thing is just starting to go down? This gap will be quite telling. Show it to the gap plays. So the main thing we're gonna be watching. These things didn't even fill it. I mean, I guess kinda tried to. If you count the wick. Put the same over here. Okay. Okay. cool. Dig into Pepe short. If we're gonna fill in this gap, might as well short some fucking meme coins, right? Because they're just gonna fucking nuke for the lulz. Our stop at break even on this thing. A pretty good fill too. Could be a little bit of a juicer fucking trade right now. Speaking of stop loss at break even, got a whole song made for that. Another Migos banger. Okay. Everything else I look again. Interesting. Could you elaborate on filling the gap? Yeah, so a lot of times these things like gap up or gap down, and they leave this gap. So, first of all, like anyone that had orders in here got skipped. Second of all, like the market doesn't know if this gap was why did this gap occur, right? It was just like some like momentary burst in like supply or demand, some like news related event, blah blah blah. So a lot of times the gaps will come back to get filled at some point to see if there's actual value here or not. So the interaction around these gaps is quite telling. Like, it's also like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like people a lot of trading strategies are based around gaps. So they tend to be targeted. But yeah, like typically, you know, if you gap up, it's like a bullish gap, gap down like a bearish gap, and then the interaction once you go back towards that gap can give you like insight into what's going on. Like, do you come to the gap and get back out and start to go? Do you get in, fill it, and then start to go? Do you not even go back to the gap? Do you start to blast off? Do you fill the whole thing and start to go lower, and then like come back and start going lower again? Then hella bearish, right? If you have like a bullish gap that ends up getting filled and rejecting, blah blah blah. I mean, if you Google like bearish gaps, bullish gaps, it'll be like a lot more in depth than that, but yeah. Lots of intricacies with the gaps, different types of gaps too. Like there's like Like let's say like this is the one candle. I fucking hate trading view for this. There can be like a gap that's like fully away, gap that's like overlapping. There's gonna be like an inside candle where like the outside one is like higher on both ends. And then the same thing for the downside, you can have like a gap that's like overlapping lower or like a full on gap like that. If you read that book, Markets in Profile, it like discusses all the gaps in depth. But yeah, they tend to be filled pretty often. It's pretty rare you leave gaps behind.
You're getting paint, stains, and primers at everyday low prices. Plus, same day or next day job site delivery. That's how pros do more only at the Home Depot.
Visit homedepot.ca/bearpro and save today. Delivery fees may apply, subject to terms and conditions.
Boom, boom. Speaking of gaps, right? We've been waiting to see what happens to this gap for a while. Are we finally gonna start making our way down here this week, or what? Or what? Or what? What about the gap at 0.31? 0.31. Oh, this you mean? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in mind, but we have to get past this first before we get to that one. It's not guaranteed, like here, the gap got left behind, right? It's not like guaranteed to be filled. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people definitely have this in mind. A lot of people, I'm been saying this, people are getting way too bullish way too early. There's a world where we just fucking the rest of the summer. I'm out way too early. Fill this gap and fill that gap, right? When I say that book is the best for the explanation, I don't know if it's the best. I've not read every single book in existence on gaps, but nor is it a book that's like it's not like a book that's about gaps. It just talks about them in there. But I mean, it's insightful, I suppose. Yeah. Definitely insightful. Plus it explains like all like the stuff with the TPO and volume profiles, right? I think with all the talk online about BTC, $12 million, all-time high. Yeah, but I mean, like, thing is, like, that whole talk is not even new, right? Like the stuff that you're hearing now was people were saying it in last cycle too, right? People were talking about $1 million Bitcoin fucking back here. 2021. It's the same fucking people saying the same shit that they said back here. So will it get there over time? If it continues to exist in the state that it is, yeah, probably. But it's also hard to quantify, right? Because like, there's a whole, like, at the end of the day, Bitcoin's like a network, and there's like S curves where it's like how would we plot this? How would we plot this properly? Like, I want to say like adoption rate over like price, something to that extent. How should we formulate our axes on this? But anyways, we'll just focus on this for now. We'll say like we'll do this. We'll do it over time. It's like the adoption rate. Because it's like the networking effect, right? It's like if I tell one person, and then both of us tell a second person, right? So I tell one person, boom, one. And now there's two of us, and we both tell one person. Oh, I'm not doing this properly. How about this? I tell you and Kyle, right? And you tell like two other people. And Kyle tells two other people, and that process continues. It's like exponentially growing. So like this is like plotting the effect of that, right? The networking effect. So the more people that find out about it, like it gets to a point where like the acceleration like rapidly increases in the middle, right? Because right now, in terms of like global population, people that are like involved in Bitcoin is like quite low, right? We're still down here, but it's gonna get to a point where this growth period occurs, right? This like rapid period of growth. So the question is like, when does this occur? But whenever this does occur, the value is gonna skyrocket pretty quickly, right? Because there's a limited supply, so that there's gonna be like a supply crunch effect occurring. How soon does that happen? I don't know, but you shall see. This is a very, very common effect though, right? Any kind of like networking technology, like internet, cell phones, etc., like all follow this like same growth pattern. Yeah, there is a world where Bitcoin does just blast $1 million in like by 2028 or like 2027, right? Who knows? Especially given the fact that there is like sovereign nations buying it, hoarding it, not planning it to sell. We do need to account for the fact that like there are different types of buyers entering this market. It's no longer just going to be whales hoarding the supply. But at some point there will be some dump, right? There will be some kind of dump going on. Like no, the people I know they're talking about that aren't brain dead, they're under the belief that we're gonna be less volatility, right? Like typically you see like these massive moves up, and then massive moves back down, and then massive move up, massive move down, and like with the new people entering the market, it's gonna be more compressed. It's gonna be like the moves up are not gonna be as crazy, but the moves down aren't gonna be as crazy either. So like typically people would say like, yeah, we're gonna drop like 90, 80%, right? So that would put us like where? Like down to like 30k or even lower. Like what was this one? Minus 70. This was like what? Minus 80. So most people are speculating that we're not gonna get that big of a like bear market anymore. On the flip side, the bull market is not gonna be as ridiculous. Cause the gains here were crazy, right? Like I don't, where would we even start? Multiple hundreds of percent. Another like 1000%. And this year is like quite low already, right? We're only at like 500, 550. But who knows, right? Who knows? For all we know, fucking Bitcoin, some catastrophic network error ruins it. Quantum computing comes out, cracks all the hashes like tomorrow. Who the fuck knows? It's all speculation, high risk. Well, you'll see it though, right? The top signals will be here. You'll see the volume spiking. You'll see people fucking overly bullish. Like you have to look at the what's it called? Like this chart. Let's just put this on. The psychology chart of the market. This is really what drives the market more than anything, right? It's like people's sentiment. So when you're in this area, people are going hella fucking bullish, right? When there's like massive topping technical indicators going on, that's when you fucking know to get out. Get out that bitch. I was coming along. We must have got stopped out of the Pepe thing at this point. Yeah, we did. Fuck. It's okay. Speaking of the Pepe break even, I just put on that break even song. Boy. Boom. Bing. The fuck just happened? What the fuck? But yeah, in terms of the news and whatnot, because like that's how they sucker people in, right? That's why you never like watch the news, because they're like they're in on the game.
Marco. Yeah. Stop at break even, I don't play with it. Secure the zone, then I fade with it. Move that stop, break even pop. Price gate push, then I lock the lot. Tiny game, that's still the plot. Risk free now, let it chop. Mad may rock, don't sweat the bounce.
Like most people in the news and most analysts and whatnot, like there's a way to think about it, right? And some people disagree with this, but like they're stupid. So we'll just ignore them. Okay, like let's say there's like some ranking, right, for some job X, and this X can be any job on Earth, doesn't matter what it is, right? For job X. Okay, and then there's like 1, 2, 3, and you go down the list, blah 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 blah, and you start listing every person that works in this job and rank them. Only a small amount of people out of the entire pie of the people in that job are going to be like in the top like 5%, right? by definition. If you were to rank everybody, this is how it has to play out. Like, you know, the math does not make sense otherwise. Not everyone isn't the best at their job. So, and if we take the definition of that, then what does that tell us? It means that 95% of the people are shit at their job, and this holds true for finance as well, right? So people are like on the news, analysts, whatnot, like they know they know what the fuck they're talking about. Most of the time, they fall into 95%. And you'll see it right in the news. Like, look what was happening on the S&P, right? When we were down here, everyone was fucking hella bearish. It's fucking bear market, recession's coming, blah blah blah, right? Just fucking bearish as fuck. When you should be the most fucking bullish. And then when we're up here, it's when they're fucking mass bullish. They're like changing the ratings on their stocks. They're upping the ratings, blah blah blah. Like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So listening to that shit is gonna get you wrecked.
The math is the math. You got guy.
Same with the finance, right? The people watching these people that are all like on Bloomberg, on TV and whatnot, thinking that they know what they're talking about, and literally they're all brain dead. Like there's professional traders that I've seen in interviews who talk about how they leave Bloomberg on literally to fucking to know the counter trade sentiment. So when people say shit on TV, they're doing the fucking opposite. Because most people don't know better, right? Because most people fall into that 95% as well for whatever job they're doing. So they're, in terms of like as an entire population, most people are in that 95%. So they're not the wiser. They don't bother to do their research themselves, think about things themselves, right? They don't bother to give things thought. Which is fine for the most part, right? Let people live their life however they want. But when it comes to the financial world and like how you're gonna allocate your money, you gotta be careful, right? Because you want to lose your money based on those people. It's one thing to have like a fucking debate about some random shit, and the result of that debate doesn't matter. It's another thing to be losing your money because of it. Makes sense. Have something for the most part. Never trust someone else. Research on TV. Yeah, even me, right? Like when I say shit, don't take my word for it. I'm just some random person. I could be wrong, right? For all I know, like I read some like outdated book and I'm like acting on outdated wrong information. So like don't, even for me, don't think that I like when I'm sitting here talking about this kind of stuff, should always be questioning even what I'm saying. I'm not a professional, did not go to school for this, blah blah blah. I'm all purely self-taught, not much experience either, right? Like less than 2 years experience, so always keep that in mind as well. I am just some random guy on the internet. And with that said, like also like there is also value to be extracted from these people, right? Sometimes they are providing valuable, relevant information. It's just a matter of verifying things yourself. But it's really crazy to think about the news though, honestly. When you really sit down and think about the news and how like powerful it really is, it's fucking crazy. Like for instance, like my mom, like whenever I'm at home visiting, she'll make like she speaks under the impression that Trump is like some dumbass, and I'm not advocating for him or not advocating for him. I'm not like I don't know enough about the guy to give you an opinion one way or the other. But I know that she sure as fuck doesn't, right? She doesn't know what fucking anything about tariffs. She doesn't know anything about like what's going on in the news. Yet she has that opinion. Why? Because of shit she hears in the news. Same with my aunt. And that's just like one of many examples of how people formulate these opinions on things that they know nothing about because of what they hear in the news or on the radio. The thing I'm curious about that, I don't know if that's like I want to say it's only an issue with older people, but I don't think it is, right? Because I meet a lot of younger people as well who are like are in that same boat. Yeah, like that's what they say. The social medias, it's like, man, the amount of times that I've gone on a date with a girl and I make them turn red in the fucking face during a date because I'm calling them out on their bullshit and they have nothing to say to it is, like, to me it's funny, but they're salty as fuck. So like, I guess it is a reflection of what's going on. Cause I can't take it seriously, right? It's like people have this opinion, and you start to ask them, which is just the most like surface level questions, not even like an in-depth analysis. It's like, oh, like is such a thing true? And then you look it up, and it's not true. And then they say something other thing like, oh, but this and this, and I'm like, okay, well, that's not true either. And then the deeper you go, the more it's like they slowly come to the realization that they're fucking wrong about everything as the conversation progresses, and it's like embarrassing, right? Plus, like, people have like an ego, like they can't handle being wrong about things. Like I'm wrong about shit all the time. It's perfectly fine. I'd rather be wrong. It means I'm learning something. If I'm always right about whatever I say, then I've learned nothing. And it's like a life hack, right? Like instead of me having to sit there and waste hours and hours and hours learning something, someone else can put in all the effort for me, and I just absorb their knowledge in like 20 seconds. Sounds like a life hack to me. How's all this data looking? Yeah, I don't use social media either though. I'm not but like even before this whole like thing of like people's opinion, I just never been a social media person. Even like in high school or like elementary school when Facebook was like a thing, it wasn't my thing. Played too many video games. So it's what it really came down to. I played too many video games. Same, no socials, all game. Yeah, exactly. I miss playing video games so much. I miss playing the video games. Another thing about gaps too is like the more candles you spend on them, like the higher probability of they are getting filled. So let's not get baited, right? If we just dip in our toes here and start to get out, then it is what it is. Let me stand my ass up. Unplug my laptop before I knock over my whole setup before doing that. Oh shit.
Yeah, Marcos. She ain't asked what I do. She saw the chart and knew. All lines lit like the VWAP blue. Shawty feeling me. I ain't even sent a trade. Nah, got my zone drawn deep. Candle melt like suede drip. I said I don't chase price. It chased me first. Golden pocket bounce. She gon' quench that thirst. Now I'm chillin' with my chart tender, mixing plays while the price gets slender. She lean close when the fibs line center. Told her, baby, math's my only agenda. Looking like money, but I trade in silence. Put her all fives, not flex or diamonds. She said, what's that line? I said, that's science. 618 hit and the move got vibrant. Martini glass near my MacBook keys. Red box tag, now the shorts can't breathe. Wig tap, perfect, no luck, no please. Every touch scripted and I trail it, please. Shawty feeling me, I ain't even sent a trade. Got my zone drawn deep.
Thing is, the index has gapped down and Bitcoin gapped up, so curious to see what happens with on the gap here as well. Looking pretty sus over here though. This thing looks like it's playing out. Bing, bing. Bing, bing. Raise this some more. She love how I move, no gas, no dirt. Math clean account, green lavish word. She said that line fake, I said let it test. Then price bounce, she said you blessed. I just sip slow, never stress. Chart glow up, I finesse. Shawty feeling me, I ain't even sent a trade. Got my zone drawn deep, candle melt like suede. I said I don't chase price, it chased me first. I need to start weighing myself because I swear I'm like not eating enough. It's funny, thinking about that statistic thing about people's jobs. I was trying to explain this to some girl the other day, and she was not having it. I'm like, are you stupid or are you stupid? You don't understand how math works. Like, and I always say this, and it pisses people off so much. I'm like, okay, you're not arguing with me. Like, you're arguing with math. And they get so mad, so fucking mad. Height. Makes no sense. Boom, 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 boom. Arguing with the math. Let's change this. I still glide, they swing wild, I just slide. They up late, I'm already filled. They post pain, I post chill. V-way
saw early, they call moon, I call birdie, shot that fade, no assist, snipe that top, I don't miss one candle print, I knew that game, you saw pump, I saw flame, you want magic, I want mad, you want vibes, I want path, marked up, tag that line, you got loud, I got mine, Brace came back, I press fine, TP hit, I'm right on time, marked up, plan too clean, no motion in between, caught with, caught still, caught lost, caught fill. No stress, no panic, just prep them prop. No credits or no panic, just prep them prop. No credits, no panic, just prep them prop. No stress, no panic, just prep them prop.
Stats, yeah. Precision mode activated. Marcos. The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Benz coupe not fast enough, so I double that bag. Ari red with a Fibonacci flame. Chart his zone now, it's not the same. Model on point, back this tight. You long that wick, I shorted it right. Richard Mill talking, that's cold precision. Wrist like glass with a chart division. You pray breakout, I saw friction. Now you stop, hit math, made the decision. Big cloud blowing that Sherman gelato. TP tags on a Monte Carlo. RSI high, better check that throttle. I'm already gone, you late to the model. The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graphs. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Porsche curves new class. I still swing, I slash. No emotions, this side wire. Risk reward, clean, that's empire. They want hope, I want proof. You drop size, I drop truth. Chart bounce once, I fade the rest. Bentley seats in a VWAP test. Everything math, never just guess. Roll the strain, now I hedge the stress. Options stack like commas bill. You chase hype, I chase yield. They go blind, I go still. My edge quiet, but it kill. Math. The math. The math.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay.
The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Rolls Royce matte black.
How much longer until
This ain't luck. This ain't vibe.
1048?
Structure. Steps. It's always been.
Because there are two massive longs open on Bybit right now, and they're both juicing, so whatever. But it's starting to come back to their entries. So I'm curious to see if these guys close out or what. Or what. Big juice though, they're juicing right now. 30 mil from down here.
Stop going.
That's big juice.
Yeah, I got 'em no
Juice.
stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Place that level, market did the rest. You got, now you tweeting regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep, then step. Late night zone, marked in gold. Candle touch, then story fold. You said breakout, I said trap. Price came back, you took that slap. Watch your chart, all full of lines. None of them real, none of them mine. Mine just sit, breathe like silk. Yours just scream, mine just built. They press green, I press calm. They want rush, I want charm. They want loud, I want plan. You want moon, I hold
Boom, boom.
no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess.
There's a low time frame again.
Just place that level, market did the rest. You got, now you tweeting regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep, then step. Price dance wild, I don't flinch. You felt FOMO, I felt inch. Entry slow, exit rich. You saw wick, I saw switch. You want flash, I want rhythm. You want now, I plot with wisdom. They rush in, don't survive. I plant lines, mine come alive. POC shift, I lean back. Value area high, I timed that trap. They got hit, up. I didn't speak, I just watched.
You don't see it when it's quiet. You only feel it when it breaks.
Too late.
Me, I move like a shadow. You move when
Me,
you
I
should.
don't know chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market, did the rest. You got response. That's what happen when you rush. Cool. You got response. I just faded with a hush. I stay ready. You stay loud. You caught feelings. Caught feels. Coast.
You came back. Same chart, same song. Same face. Marco Ghost Tracks. You got gal, yeah, I didn't learn. Just hit send, press reverse, clean the band. Now you hold me the end. You got gal, trade, same mistake, same trend. Said you changed, but that's pretend. I don't chase, I just extend. I fade the high, you call that moon. I call that trap, you call too soon. You want breakout.
Where's the VWAP on this?
You want green, I want profit. We came quick, then sweep so cold. You start
Motherfucker.
screamed out, my hell gold. Same move hit, same face shown. You still guessing, I still zone. You reload pain, I reload plan. You still press, I still stand. I stay small, you go all in.
Motherfucker.
Again and again. You got gal, yeah, didn't learn. Just hit send, price reverse, clean with them. Now you hold me that in. You got gal, and you trade, same mistake, same trend. Said you changed, but that's pretend. I don't chase, I just extend. No risk plan, just FOMO thrill. No it's drawn, just hope to feel. You mark noise, I mark still. You bet candle, I build skill. TP tagged and silence hits. I roll out gas, you post fist. One more trade, one more loss. One more time, I let you cross. Same zone hit, same fear show. Same regret in the candle glow. You want hype, I want stealth. You burn fast, I print wealth. Cut you, cut you, cut you, cut you. Again. Same bus, same burst, same chart, but
Whoops.
worse. Same push, no verse. You fall, I don't curse. You got again, didn't learn. Just hit send, price reverse, clean.
Shout out to the math, though, right? Shout out to the math.
You got again, new trade, same mistake.
Shout out to the math.
But that's pretend. I don't chase, I just extend.
So I was just looking for tomorrow.
Dash line yellow.
Interesting.
Say it's fake.
A lot of gaps to the downside on regular trading hours CME, right? A lot of gaps to the downside.
Imaginary lines, that's what they say. What? Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I'm marking gray.
Be mindful of that if we start to head lower on the higher time frames.
Dash line glow, they call it luck. Price bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. They don't believe, but they get clipped. Price hit once, then double dip. Line from Monday, still him fry. Pixel perfect, and they ask why. Yellow dash with silent threat. I don't redraw, I place and let. You post vibes, I post fills. You chase breakouts as I set kills. Line got tagged, they called it glitch. Next move came, I got rich. It ain't random, it's routine. You drink candle, I dream mean. Man, read 'em. Imaginary lines, that's what they say. What they say. What? Till price tap twice and fades away. Hey, they pressing heat, I'm marking gray. Chart got all
Dash line glow, they call it luck. Price bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. Plot that level, no emotion. Price went back like I stirred ocean. You long breakout, I low slow. Your green wick, my short blow. They saw top, I saw test. They saw pump, I saw rest. They want chaos, I want code. They get wrecked, I just reload. Dash line from last week's close. Still hold firm while volume froze. You want answers?
Also, if we fill this gap and start going lower, boy, better to go. Just like the zone up here was like a last stand for the Bears. I mean, this kind of area is. If you're bullish, you do not want to see this get lost. Because then, for sure, this shit's all getting cleaned. Oh, show. We'll also be complementing quite nicely with us approaching the gap here. So... little scary for the Bulls, right? Got our ass rejected right here for cleaning this garbage. Whatever, no guarantees, nothing is guaranteed, but yeah, I'm looking hella suspicious if we start to lose these levels. Hella suspicious. Sell in May and go away, ain't no joke. So far everything's aligning for it, right? And get the exit liquidity bump and yeet, later. Later. Exciting weeks ahead. Very exciting few weeks coming ahead. To get back into that Pepe thing, by the way, so our stop loss I break even again on it. See if it actually goes this time, or not. Or not. What the hell? Interesting, I didn't know that. When you use emojis on WhatsApp, they're animated. What the hell? Interesting. Did not know that. It's got a 3-hour candle. Bink. 90-minute candle as well. Okay. 45. Blah blah blah.
She bounced once. He pressed twice. Stop gone. Marcos.
Yeah, I got 'em no chase, no stress. Stop got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much.
Yes, this is gonna be very important to hold. If you're bullish, you fucking very important to hold this level. Ding 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 ding.
story fold. You said break
Because if we lose this value area low, then like this whole region's in play again, right?
your chart
And that's gonna be quite the nuke.
none of them real, none of them mine.
And alts, boy, alts are gonna nuke fucking hard.
Mine just built
Whoever bought alts up here is in for a rude fucking awakening if this level is not hold.
charm. They want loud,
Rude fucking awakening.
you want moon, I hold land. Yeah, I got them no chase, no
What was that alarm for?
got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. Got now you tweaks and regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth.
We're halfway through the gap. Okay. Okay.
Price dance wild, I don't flinch. You felt FOMO, I felt inch. Entry slow, exit rich. You saw wick, I saw switch. You want flash, I want rhythm. You want now, I plot with wisdom. They rush in, they don't survive. I plant lines.
This
my
Pepe
own
thing should be good this
path.
time. This thing's juicing right now.
I lean back,
A fucking juice.
that trap. They got hit, full size drop. I didn't speak, I just watched.
Place our
They don't see
TPs.
it when it's quiet.
Reset our TPs.
Me, I move like a shadow. You move when it's shade. Yeah, I got 'em no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. You got. That's what happened when you rush. You got. I just faded with a hush. I stayed
Yeah, I want to be fucking greedy and set the TPs down here to be like, I'm obviously gonna set some here, but I low-key want to greed it to here because that would just be a fucking juicer trade if we get to down there. What are we looking at if we get there? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah,
Oh my god!
it's hot in here.
Yeah, let's not get too carried away though. Let's not get fucking greedy here.
From the stop loss
I'm gonna do like a 1, 2, 3, and then we'll worry about the rest later.
Marcos. Hey, 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 hey. Heat map red, I step in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explodes.
We'll leave a little bit more than usual running though. We'll do like 20%ers.
Now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss, paying my rent. I don't chase no spike, I trap it. Draw that fib 618, I map it. She said you sleep while it ran, I laugh. Woke up, TP got smacked, just magic. Porsche move clean when the levels align. You throw darts, I draw with spine. He stick blow when the stop loss line. You press buy. I press decline. Top flow view while the haters trip. They scalp noise. I took that flip. Richard Mill ticket like price on script. He said uptrend. I said don't slip. Heat map red. I step in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You long high, now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss.
Cookies in the wood, gusher strain. Chart did numbers, I ain't feel pain. He up $5, I blew out range. One big zone, now we ain't the same. Bentley slide with the VWAP mark. Chart bounce back like a go-kart spark. He said mad fake, then the fib went dark. Then came Wick, then came Spark. AP face match chart precision. I don't need hype, I need incision. They want vibes, I want conviction. He post losses, I post liquidation.
Heat map red, I step in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You long high, now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss, paying my rent. Marco.
In terms of how long, I'm not gonna like. Normally, I'd like probably be closing some out on this move down, or just getting stopped out up here and then getting back in later. But since there wasn't that much left running, we're kind of just leaving it, right? So don't have to worry about like a world where we missed the long for whatever reason. We will be looking to add back if we are. It looks like we're gonna be bouncing anytime soon. Starting to get a little cooked on these oscillators, yeah. We'll be starting to print bull dips here pretty soon.
They said I'm
thing though is that there's so much liquidity to the downside still. I don't know, like we might just kind of come down then like reset the oscillators and just rip lower again. Let's be a little bit patient with this one. Wait for some higher time frame confirmations. Don't gotta get that sniper motherfucking entry right now. And also, like, if this level is gonna hold, if we are gonna kind of like do this failed auction here at the weekly level, then like all-time highs are basically the target, right? So whether we're getting like here, it's kind of somewhat irrelevant. Either way, this is fucking juice, right? Either way, it's a juice. How was the liquidity looking? Also, how was the open interest looking? Okay, these guys are starting to close out their longs on Bybit finally. Out of the 40 million between these two guys, there's 18 left. Close more than half now. Starting to close on Binance as well. No bottom shorters just yet though. On OKX there is some, but that's it. Next cluster of liquidity ends at 104.4. Be on this wick. At the naked point of control. Boom, 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 boom.
I've been trading hard, puffing loud, math in place. You still guessing wrong. I'm still ghosting every space. They chase with.
Tomorrow's gonna be pretty interesting too, right? Tomorrow's gonna be pretty interesting. Seeing like a sell-off in the overnight session. Might see the New York session blast up on these bitches.
Luxury paranoia, I sip white scream, I don't chase that pump, I fade that dream. Your bag too loud, your chart too green, my entry chill, my zone too clean. Smoke from the wick, I seen that fake. Mass head stall and profit break. You prayed up, I stayed mad. Now I'm cruising slow with the city black. VWAP hold, I rotate like Delta leaning, I fade that spike. They want thrill, I want the plan. You want rush, I want the scan. I've been trading high, puffing loud, math in place. You still guessing wrong. I'm still ghosting every space.
How much more till the gap is filled? Oh, we're getting there slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Shout out to the math, right? Shout out to the gap fill math.
I've been trading high, puffing loud, math in place. You still guessing wrong. I'm still ghosting every space. They chase with, I fade the high, top shelf gas, that logic fly. I'll be trading high, and they stressing low. One feel hit, now my profit grow. No luck, no lie, that clean design. You panic fast, I glide with time.
God damn, god damn. Slowly approaching the first TP on Pepe. Shout out to motherfucking Pepe. What a world we live in, right? What a world we fucking live in. Motherfuckers are working, like, getting up at like 6 in the morning, like grinding their ass off, manual labor, and we're sitting here just printing fucking rocks, shorting Pepe the meme coin. Yeah, make this shit up. Not make this shit up. Pepe the motherfucking meme coin. That felt right, the edge of the golden pocket. Interesting. Okay, okay. Gap is almost filled. 5-minute oscillator looking pretty fucking cooked, yeah? Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? 1 minute already starting to have that dibs plan. Interesting. Leave it on here for now, yeah? How's the order book looking down here? How's the order flow looking? Starting to see some pretty big shorts open down here too. Just saying. Just saying.
Past night, TP hit, got the dashboard glow. Price hit fib like it's stuck on cold. She asked why I'm calm, I just know. They trade loud, I trade low, low. Back to slide and treat divine. I ain't even blink when it cross my line. 0.5 bounce, I just recline. That Bugatti wheel got chart design. Paddock on tilt, but the time stay perfect. Math too clean, I don't need no verdict. They get squeezed, I sip on sherbet.
Gap has been filled. Okay.
That golden glow. That math like with kids on that's twice. Top floor chalk, got a glass pipe. Cookies in a wood tray past night. TP hit, got the dashboard glow. Price hit fib like it's stuck on code. She asked why I'm calm.
Watch this naked when at control, right? That's where most of the local liquidity ends.
I got that script. I don't need edge, I am that edge. Draw say yes when the wick got clipped. 618.5 golden touch. Trade high. Math like dashboard glow. Price hit fib like it's stuck on code. She asked one calm, I just know. They trade loud, I trade low.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. Marcos. Laid back on my desk like a throne. Charred up, gas lit. Size too heavy. They ain't built for this. Yeah, yeah. They keep talking about risk, but I am the range. Price in my line, now you can't behave. I ain't even blink, caught the move like fate. They click long late, I reverse that wave. Smoking on pressure, chart glowing slow. Got a red box set where they think and go. I just draw, roll, chill, let it show. Hit they stops, that wick dip low. Ferrari red dashboard match the fib. She see the math, now she tryna live. Sipping wine, taking profits off rips. They need full setups, I just need a glimpse, yeah. Big size, bang, red wig, bang, bang. Chart talk slick, I slang, slang. Your little bad guy, bang. Ain't stressing no screen, I smoke. Top shelf haze, pure dope. They chase highs, I just float. Math move mean they get ghosts. No cap, I tap into TPO zones. 0.5 slap like a slap to the dome. Imaginary lines still bounce to the bone. They said fake till they margin gone. Chilling in a robe, chart tucked in chrome. Jet fly, private trades hit from Rome.
I'm watching this Pepe thing right now.
When it reject hard and they bags get blown. Whiz type
So if we are gonna bounce here, then gonna close out pretty aggressively. We do have over 2K in profit on this thing, so no point round tripping that, even if it's not the biggest of juice. And we'll take it regardless. Also, in terms of this, we bounce like right at the 618, right? Literally right at 618, baby. Shout out to the math, right? Shout out to the math. Motherfuckers are definitely looking to get filled on this.
Marcos said it's fake till price came kissing that dash. Pixel hit, no wig, just flash.
That's so annoying. I had an order there on my exchange if the 618 was like right below where the wick is right now. So what I had a beeping, could already close that out, break even if we reverse. Motherfucker, motherfucker. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Motherfucker. These ain't looking too hot though, right? These indexes are not looking too hot. Say that. We're gonna cancel that for now.
Still untouched like frozen pros. They say random, I said coded. Now it taps, stop exploded. No motion, just routine. I sip slow, charts stay clean. They want chaos, I want flame. They want green, I want game. Visual sharp, that yo scar.
If it goes, it goes. We still have the long anyways. We're just trying to add to the long. If it goes, it goes. So how's the math on this looking, out of curiosity? 382 single print grab, interesting. Bum 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 bum.
Said it's fake till price came kissing that dash. Pixel hit, no wig, just flash. React, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like mad. Called it voodoo, now they gas. I stay silent, still outclass.
1 minute left in the 30-minute candle. Okay. Okay. Show it to the math. So how long have we been standing? Let me sit my ass down, boy.
Still blazing, yeah, the loud on fire. But my levels hold clean, no liar. I don't stress, I just chart with ease. Math got me floating profit spree. Still faded, still hit that zone. Ops press buttons, I press the stone. They work hard, I let it align. He chase charts, I follow the sign.
Top shelf flame, same pack as last. Chart move slow, I'll move past. No overthink, just let it top. Line too clean, they fall in trap. She said, you even focus now? I said, watch this rig come down. And it did like it always do. Draw that mark, let the trade come through. No bots, no stress, no noise. Just smooth entries, grown man poise. They draw clouds, I draw precision. High as the sky, still making
Still
incision.
blazing, yeah, the loud on fire. But my levels hold clean, no liar. I don't stress, I just chart with ease. Math got me floating profit sprees. Still faded, still hit that zone. Ops press buttons, I press just tone. They work hard, I let it align. He chase charts, I follow the sign.
Chart so light, I barely touch. He overtrades, I don't rush. She roll one, I just lean back. TP hit while I count that stack. Stop loss hit, that wasn't mine. I don't guess, I trace design. Still too high, still too sharp. Still don't miss when I press that mark. You see stress, I see rhythm. You play odds, I play system. You chase gold, I'm in digits.
You know, if you're bullish, you want to grab these single prints and go, right? You don't want to be spending time below Valeria low. You want to grab these things, flip the golden pocket, and start to rip. An ideal world. In an ideal world. This is really what we're watching right in this negative point of control, because this is where all the liquidity ends. That's down in this region. Are we gonna do one of these or not, right? Bounce to the yellow line or not? Or not? Or not?
Still Marcos. Don't see him. But price keep touching. Dash that line.
It's pretty massive shorts open right down here in OKX though. Goddamn, goddamn.
Dash line yellow. Bounce too clean. Pixel tap twice, now they call it scheme. Said it ain't real. Chart said please.
Interesting time to open a short, yeah.
Dash line ghost, still got weight. Chart come back like I set that fate.
Don't take the freebie up here instead they get in here right at the gap though. What? Motherfuckers do not know the math, tell you that much. Better hope we go lower and don't run off on their bitch ass. Already underwater.
You watch Prince, I run maps. They call fake, I call flash. You chase highs, I draw dash. Main girl watching, said hi no. I said it's math, not ego. They think chaos, I see cold. You call hope, I call low. Dash line yellow, bounce too clean. Pixel tap twice, now they call it.
What's going on in the spot market?
Please, price don't lie.
Not a whole lot.
Dash line ghost, still got weight. Chart come back like I said that fate. No fib, no tool, no blow, just space. But it hit 3 times like I own that place. Wig so tight, it brushed my mark. Entry hit like a sniper spark. You drop bias, I drop math. You use bots, I use wrath. Midday bounce, they call it fluke. I chalk that up when the week.
People are definitely trying to buy this on Coinbase, tell you that much. Coinbase spot players are definitely trying to buy this, and they've been trying to buy it.
They hit by, I hit exotic. Price reverse like I flipped the plot. Not a thesis drown while I let mine pop. They said draw less. I said plot smarter. They call it imaginary, but the stops don't. Dash line yellow, bounce too clean. Pixel tap twice, now they call it scheme. Said it ain't real, chart said please. Price don't lie, it hit my keys. Dash line ghost, still got weight. Chart come back like I said that fate. No fib, no tool, no glow, just space. But it hit 3 times like I own that place. They don't believe until it hits. Imaginary, then why'd it bounce? Marcos, Marcos, Marcos.
Shout out to DJ Marcos AI.
Chase that pump, I fade that dream. Your back too loud, your chart too green. My entry chill, my zone too clean. Hot smoke from the wick, I seen that fake. Mass that stall, then profit break. You prayed up, I stayed math. Now I'm cruising slow with the city black. VWAP hold, I rotate light. Delta leaning, I fade that spike. They want thrill, I want the plan. You want rush, I want the scan. I've been trading high, puffing loud, math in place. You still guessing wrong, I'm still ghosting every space. They chase with, I fade the hype. Top shelf gas, that logic flight. I'll be trading high, and they stressing low. One fill hit, now my profit grow. No luck, no lies, that clean design. You panic fast, I glide with time. I smoke calm, but the feels come fast. You post charts, I post that task.
Y'all got any questions? Right? Y'all got any questions while we're sitting here chilling and juicing? Or no? Time is it? 11:30? Almost bedtime. Almost bedtime.
Stats on deck, static clean. TP tag like laser beam. Penthouse top with the trading screen. Zone get touched.
chase, address it. Stats on deck, stat clean. TP tag like laser beam. Penthouse top with the trading screen. Zone get touched and split the scene. I got numbers, they got nerves. They hold by us, observe. I sit pressure in ocean curves. While your trade wreck, I just swerve. Line so light, it still got hit. Wick tapped in and made that
The
flip.
math is the math.
One clear edge, and I'm rich. Girl on deck with the Cuban frame. Top flow view and the charts insane. She said, how you that calm with games? I said, math don't feel no pain. Stats. Drawn. Tag. TP. Gone. Back. The math is the math. The math is the math. I don't do guesses. Lambo mad black. I draw, it presses. Girl Scout smoke. Cookie chart. God blesses. You chase green dreams. I chase addresses. Stats on deck. Stat clean. TP tag like laser beam. Penthouse top with the trading screen. Zone get touched and split the scene.
You thought it was luck. It was math. Again.
Marcos.
Yeah, we're about to get close out of this Pepe thing, so let's just
make noise. I make moves. Levels don't talk, but they speak when it fuck. He got price too clean. Touch that line, then fade off screen. I don't shout. I said that.
a little baby juice. And we'll see if we actually get got or not, but so far looking like it might get got. Worst case, we're getting stopped out for 1,500. So, little baby juice, right? Little baby juice, since we weren't here when we missed the Bitcoin short up here. And if we roll over, I'm definitely getting back in that thing. Just saying. We'll take our profit and run for now, and if we end up coming lower, we'll get back in some of these things. Little baby juice, little baby Pepe juice.
One small move, now he off the team. Levels move quiet, but the damage loud. Wick tap once and I exit proud. They talk hype, I trade that cloud. He got, now he lost in doubt. I don't guess I trace that flow. You see impulse, I see control. Zone too cold, but the math feel warm. She said, how'd you flip that storm? I don't blink, I just align. Chart don't ask it, just comply. They pop off, I pop my trade. One quick flick and the game got played. Luxury move, but the hand too sharp. You chase trend, I trade that spark. TP tagged and I'm back to peace. He got clipped, I left no crease. No alarms, no flash, no chase. Just one zone and the whole thing breaks. He fought safe, but the risk too fake. Now we cry lost, but the move too late. He got, price too clean. Touch that line, then fade off screen. I don't shout, I set that scene. One small move, now he off the team.
Yeah, that thing just got closed. Don't gotta worry about that no mo.
They talk hype, I trade that cloud. He got, now
see what happens here, y'all. So far, step one of if you're bullish, right? Step one complete, right? You wanted to hold that gap fill. So step one complete. Next question is, can we flip the VWAP and golden pocket and point of control or not? We're not. We're not. If not, we're definitely getting in a bitty short, right? I'm definitely getting into that thing. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if any of these shorts have closed. I suspect most of their stops are going to be here, but we'll see. These clowns on OKX. None of them have closed yet. All of them underwater at this point. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to the bottom shorters, right? Fucking literally opened all their shorts at the bottom of the move. What are the math? I'm telling you guys, this shit's a fucking joke. We're trading against literally NPCs. And right now they're sitting there praying we bounce to 382 and start coming back. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. God damn. You guys are funny. Shout out to the bottom shorters. Oh, what's that? Oh. Bum, 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 bum.
You clock charts, I watch vibes, still hit better with half a high. She said, how you time that line? I said, math and lemon lime. High off math, still hit that zone. Light of my lungs, but the line got known. You full setup, still can't perform. I'm half awake and I still transform. I flow charts while you chase pain. You draw hype, I draw gain. Ash on desk, tray hit clean. Top shelf move with the edge unseen. No alert, I just felt it breathe. She like flame while price was
oh my gosh. Oh. Goddamn.
Stress don't help, but the numbers do. You overthink, I just flow through. High off math, still hit that zone. Light of my lungs, but the line got known. You full setup, still can't perform. I'm half awake and I still transform. I flow charts while you chase pain. You draw hype, I draw gain. Ash on desk, trade hit clean. Top shelf move with the edge unseen. Loud, loud, loud roll. Zone hell. You broke. I built Marcos.
Yeah, top shelf, man. Mid-trade, elevation. Marcos.
On trip. I'm trading high. Top shelf lit. Matt so clean, can't fake this hit. You still stressing, I don't twitch. Just mark that zone and let it rip. Yeah, I'm trading high. Smoke that field. Screen turn red, I just stay still. They beg hope, I trust that skill. You want vibe, want skill. Top flow mode, I fade with grace. V-Wop hold outside my place. Arts I flash, I slow that pace. Delta dry, I ghost that chase. Smoking loud, why they panic? Chart look wild, I move mechanic. They want moon, I want range. You want fame, I want change. TP hit, I sip my win. You press buttons, I press within. They caught wick, I caught edge. They caught noise, I caught legs. I'm trading high, top shelf lit. Math so clean, can't fake this hit. You still stressing, I don't twitch, just mark that zone, then let it rip. Yeah, I'm trading high, smoke that screen turn red, I just stay still.
Oh my god.
Pull up slow in that Met V12. You max loan and you pray for help. I pull back, I weigh that shell. You gamble blind, I plot and dwell. Candle spike, they think that run. I see trap.
How's this shit coming along?
Clean, no mess. Map and tight, I don't guess. You caught FOMO, I caught zone. You hit size, I hit tone. You want hype, I want plan. You want fast, I want stand. Map in my hand, loud in the air.
Wire candle in 12 minutes. Goddamn. I've been streaming. 3.5 hours. God damn. Bum, bum, bum. Give this some more time like we discussed earlier, yeah? Stick to the plan. Interesting. Leave this open over here.
They grind too hard, still miss the vibe. I roll up, draw clean, and it lands. Marcos, draw clean. I stay high, but the math stay sharp. Top floor trays while you lost in charts. One touch move, yeah, I bend that arc. Loud in my chest.
What's interesting? No, I don't even remember at this point. Looked at too many things. I say that like once every 5 minutes, so a bit hard to recall. Actually, I think it was a single print on Nasdaq, right? I think that was it. Seems like I'm the only non-lurker. Usually how it goes. Like I have like 1 million subscribers and people just going crazy in the chat or anything. Usually it's like one. Typically it's like one person is in here at like some point in time, and then like later on some other person joins. Sometimes they overlap. To be honest, I prefer it that way though. If I was sitting here streaming for like 4 hours straight, talking non-stop the whole time, I probably wouldn't stream, to be honest. And maybe we'll see. It depends how like how enjoyable I find it, but like I like being able to read and just do stuff while waiting for this and be productive. That's why I never stream during the day. Like I could stream like all day while I trade during the day too, but like I'd rather not. It's nice to be like fully awake, fully alert, like reading stuff, nerding out, focus on my trades as well. Because it wouldn't be the first time that I'm like on stream doing something and I end up missing a trade because of it. Like I'm answering somebody's question or something to that effect. It pisses me off a lot. That's okay though, right? It is our own choice, so we cannot blame anybody but ourselves. Remember when we had 1 million? I don't think I'm ever gonna make it to 1 million or anything even remotely close to that.
Price tap twice, then drop the bomb. No alert, no spark, no flame. Just line I drew and he played that game. Now he wrecked, now I exhale. One take.
Especially if I only live stream, because live streaming is like a very like when I look at the data analytics for the YouTube channel, like most of the subs are from the videos. Only like a handful are from the live streams. And the only thing I do is live stream basically. So as I start making like videos, I suspect the growth to be quite slow in terms of subscribers.
She said how you always know the flip. I said math, no script, no tip. Wicked, perfect, no need to speak. Chart turn ghost, I'm on my street. No warning, no sign.
Quite slow. It's pretty cool actually. Looking at some of the channel data is pretty interesting. Some interesting data in there. It'd be more fascinating if there was more of a data set, but whatever. What I really need to do is write a letter and put it on the wall, telling me to remember to practice my speech. 'Cause that's the whole point of streaming for me, more or less. It's just some kind of speech practice slash camaraderie. Does this work on TradingView as well? Oh wow, you can use a scroll wheel on this. Oh my god, that's so useful. Wow, guys, that's amazing. I'm so happy to figure that out. Oh my god. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, like the main reason I stream is just my speech skills are very poor, especially when I'm not having any human interaction because I'm working at home alone. They deteriorate. So I'm trying to be mindful of doing less likes, slowing down when I speak, thinking before I speak, so that none of those things occur. I haven't been doing a very good job, so I should definitely write that on the wall actually, so I'm more mindful. This Pepe thing ended up rolling over lower, god damn. Oh, fuckers? Plus, might as well help some people out, right? Might as well help out some of the peoples. We're sitting here anyways, might as well fucking help people out. Show me my streaming slash trading setups. I have like 2 of them right now. In my living room, because here's the thing, I bought like a 57-inch screen recently. But I cannot be bothered to undo my whole setup here right now. So in my living room, during the day, I have my laptop hooked up to that screen. I'm just on the 57-inch doing all my shit. And then here I have like 3 monitors, like 1440p monitors. Well, no, this one's 1440p. These 2 are not. And then like my computer, and then like a standing desk and a chair, my chair. And I have like a sound system in here. Yeah, I'll take a picture and like post in the Discord or something. What I want to do is get like a big ass TV or something to that effect. And put it on the wall. Because that way I can just have like every chart that I use, like all these tabs, just have them open all at once on a big TV. I just don't know if there's any TV that can do that with good resolution. That's the problem. My PC specs. My PC is pretty beastly. I mean, it's like because I get a new PC every year basically, or every other year. Like whenever there's like a new NVIDIA graphics card and there's a new Intel CPU, I make a new computer. I just saw my old one, and I get pretty good value out of it, because like, I bought it brand new, with everything brand new. Whenever everything came out, and I build them myself, right? And you know, I build them like a nerd, proper. So I usually get pretty good value out of them. Like the last PC I built, I had it for like 2 years, and I got $4 grand for it still, after like 2 years. So this one probably gonna get the same thing. I have like a 4090, whatever like the most recent i9 Intel CPU is the best one. Like aside from the new generation. Or just top line everything, right? Like whenever I buy, like I research everything properly and like make sure I get like the best RAM at the time, the best SSD, best blah blah blah. high quality power supply that's gonna last. I'm gonna have to build a new one pretty soon actually, because the thing is I want to get 2 of those 57-inch monitors. And right now the computer that like a 4090 cannot run 2 of those properly. Thing is, I don't even know if even a 5090 can. That's the problem, because it has to do with the type of port it uses. The display port. Post PC specs, long streaming gear spec. Oh, my streaming gear is terrible. The camera I'm using to stream with, I've had this thing since I used to stream when I played COD professionally, which was, I don't even know, like 10 years ago or something. Like Twitch was barely anything. I used to get 100 streamers or 100 viewers when I played COD streaming. And that was like back in the day when like 1,000 or 2,000 was a lot on Twitch. So I was an OG in the streaming game in that regard. OG.
Trigger pull, no warning. Just smoke. Marcos.
TP got hit clean like a headshot. Price ran up, then dropped like dead stock. Zone 2 Chris, I ain't miss no tick. They caught in trees. I call hit. TP got hit like a op got split. Chart ran fast and flipped that.
A team for COD? I was multiple, but Team Revenge was the most notable.
I hit trends. What got tagged? That was mine. Exit clean, no overtime. Draw that level.
Got a new 30-minute candle. Got a 4-hour candle.
I saw math. You chase pumps.
And this is Bulls. This is time, right? Bulls better prove it here. This is now the time to prove it. Just be mindful of how important this level is. Only in terms of just this structure, but like this thing has seen multiple interactions, so very important level to hold here. Extend that.
I got calm, chart pull back and drop that bomb. You set a dream, I set a target. When price moves, mine gets hit.
Yeah, I miss playing COD. Also, like, when I lived on residence in university, like for our pre-drinking would be people coming to my room, and we'd all just sit there watching me play pubs and COD, just shitting on kids, and get fucking hammered before going out. It was during Black Ops 1. I was going crazy. People were in disbelief watching me play. Boom, boom, boom. And it was crazy too, because like, so COD has an event every year, COD Champs, and to qualify for it, there was like a tournament in Canada. Or it was a Canada? No, it was region based tournament. So it was a tournament, but it's a region based. So the Canada section was like one of them, and we made it to the finals of the tournament, and whoever wins went to COD Champs, and it was like a best of 5, BO5. So you play 5 maps, and whoever wins, like 3 of them, qualifies. And we went to the last map, Search and Destroy. And we were down 5-1, and you needed 6 rounds to win. And we came back, won 6-5 to qualify for COD Champs. I will never forget that. My adrenaline that day, I've never had an adrenaline spike like that in my life. To this fucking day, that shit was crazy hype. Crazy hype. I can only imagine how it must feel to play like soccer or something professionally, or one of those sports where you have 100,000 fans in the stadium going crazy when you score a goal. God, that must feel fucking incredible. Can't even imagine. Yeah, it was my mode. I grinded COD. Yeah, Sneed's fun. Sneed's definitely fun. Quickscope type everyone. Yeah, we probably because you're playing noobs though. Like if we're playing someone like sweating their ass off with an AR, like they're gonna like aim punch you immediately.
They chase dreams. I chase data. That's the difference.
Yeah, Call of Duty nowadays is kind of strange. Like they banned the snipers from professional play. But it's because the auto aim is like too strong on them.
Then click and collapse. It's all about the math.
Also interesting how Call of Duty never blew up in terms of like PC. It was always like a console competitive game. Because I used to play that on PC for fun, like pubs on PC. Because like I used to play a lot of PC shooters, and that game was way more fun on PC. You could like world star people, like style on kids. Boom. But yeah, a lot of people snipe in that game. Sniping was one of the main things people did on YouTube for Call of Duty. Like the whole like Optic, FaZe Clan. What was the other ones? Shit, what was the other ones? Yeah, Soar, Obey, stuff like that. That's what they were. Okay. Yeah, I was never like a big like quick scoper. Like I would snipe in COD. Like, and whenever we would play S&D, I'll be like our sniper. But I wasn't like running around quick scoping. I would like hard scope shit. Trying to win. I don't give a fuck about quick scoping. I was nice with it though. Rarely missed.
He press buttons, I press time. He draw patterns, I draw lines. Zone been there since Monday closed. Friday week, that's how it goes. Top shelf pressure, I float divine. Still locked in when I'm off that pine. She asked what strain, I said precision. She laughed and Price made its decision. No fear, no fumble, just rhythm and data. Ops get loud, I just move greater. TP tap while they still pray. I'm too high to guess, but I never sway. Floating through it, still I know you chase the candles. I let
Free Fire, wall bangs. Man, I used to do that in. Did you ever play game battles? Are you familiar with what game battles is? But anyways, I used to play on game battles. Like that was like the road to becoming a professional back in the day. You started playing like game battles and whatnot. And I was playing that in Call of Duty 4. And I used to play I started off as a hardcore search and destroy only player. And I would play with one of my friends from school. And we were goated at hardcore search. Like I had the pre-firing stuff and whatnot. We had it down to a T in COD 4. Like the exact timings of like, okay, 8 seconds into the round, shoot through this wall with like FMJ on, and you're gonna kill them like running through the wall, through the spawn or whatever. Like shit like that on every single map. And we were like fucking in elementary school doing that type of shit, nerding out. You beat me, but I was pretty decent from Black Ops 2. Yeah, Black Ops 2 was really fun. That game was awesome. 2v2 hardcore. Yeah, that was the first time I won money. Was playing 2v2 hardcore because like I made it to like the playoffs in game battles and ended up we didn't win it, but we placed like really high. People are saying that there's rumors that the president of the Federal Reserve is resigning tomorrow. That would be quite the fucking news story. I'm seeing this multiple times now. Interesting. Mad Buffalo? No clue. Happening over here? Bearish retest of the value area high so far. Not looking too hot. If we leave this single print behind and start to go lower, yeesh. And a little looking even more sus, right? Starting to look even more suspicious. All eyes on this zone right here. So it's looking like a golden pocket type bounce currently. Give that some time, because we can't just do one of these, right? Ding, 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 ding. Give it some time, like we discussed. So 20 minutes up in the 30-minute candle as well. I'll go to bed soon though. Man, I miss those games. Damn, I miss those games. What do people even play nowadays? It's like the number one. Because I feel like the games everyone's been playing have been the same games for the past like 5-10 years. Like the same popular esport games. It's like still Valorant, still League of Legends, still Call of Duty, still Counter-Strike, Fortnite. Nothing like new that's like taken the gaming scene by storm, right? At least I'm aware of. Also, we should start. Actually, let me look this up because I should probably make note of this. We should start streaming on Twitch at the same time. So I was doing it before, the YouTube stuff, and on Discord, but I was using like a gaming Twitch. It wasn't like a one for trading. So I need to make a new account or something to that effect. Yeah, it's still the same games. Seems like gaming has been pretty stale lately. And obviously, like single player games like Elden Ring and whatnot come out here and there, but
Marcos. Again. He got again.
Y'all got any questions? Any questions? Goddamn. Goddamn. I'm going to bed here pretty soon.
One more loss again. Toast. Chart don't lie. Pretend. Stop. Same top tick, new dumb trader. Big cat post, I'm the creator. You call strength, I call liquidity. Fade that, push your mechanical symmetry.
Should we do a juice box? Should we do a juice box?
While he overplays, one red box, he clicked that buy. Then boom, smoke in the sky. She said he did it again.
Juice box.
I said twice in a week, dummy. He said bulls in control. Nah, I said your P&L sheet trash. Again.
Potential long might be brewing right now, by the way, just saying. If this thing is gonna do like a failed auction at the value area low, bing, 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 bing. Just saying. Just saying.
Chart don't lie, pretend. Penthouse view, I trade on mute. He got shook, I stayed in suit. I pop tags, he pop stops. He press gas, I call tops. Same draw zone since Monday morn.
Also, you can wait for like the flip of the golden pocket plus daily VWAP. If you're hella passive, whoops.
You thought it was different. It wasn't. You thought you broke the zone. You didn't.
You can do like the higher time frame one, yeah? Like this whole wait for this high to get broken.
Same setup, same man. Blue is bad.
Stop there. Let that thing go.
Tap my zone again.
Assuming the data aligns right. Let's keep in mind the data.
Chart don't lie, pretend.
Where did the writing go? Oh, that was odd.
Marcos.
Confirmation, and then to the downside, I mean, maybe the naked point of control. Slash yellow line. If that doesn't hold, maybe some like deviation below here. I would not tolerate any time down here. If we start to come down here building value, yeah, I'm not touching that shit, because for sure we're going lower, just saying. I mean, not for sure, no guarantees, but I'd be extremely suspicious at that point. Also, these are the weekend lows. I'm definitely behind a poor low and a bad low again, so quite likely they're gonna get cleaned. After that, I mean, we've already discussed these levels previously on other streams, so if you don't know, get caught up, right? I'm not gonna repeat ourselves over and over, just because motherfuckers are lazy. And then the shorts would be like this, right? This kind of failed auction fails. So we start to put in like new lows here. Stop loss there, go lower. The bearish retest. The volume slash TPO point of control plus the golden pocket plus the VWAP, daily VWAP, or something like this. Bing bing. Boom, boom, boom. Also these higher levels, right? The cleaning of the highs. So like the naked point of control, the yellow line, the purple line. Same kind of story here though. If we start to come up here and spending time, if it's not like kind of like a swing fail type thing, when we start spending time up here, look out above, right? So you do not want to be if you're bearish, you don't want to be spending time above this. If you're bullish, you do not want to be spending time below this. So be mindful of that. Check the data. Be mindful of the open interest on these moves, right? A lot of shorts here to be cleaned Same with down here in terms of the longs. So watch the open interest data. See if they close out or not, or are they going to set up a squeeze in that direction. Actually, that covers it, right? More covers it. Some different ideas for levels of the upside and downside for both longs and shorts. Boom, 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 boom. Obviously, different areas of interest above and below just that, but we'll keep it short and sweet for now. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that's it. That is it. I'm gonna go chill, yap on my phone for a bit. I'm gonna be watching this, right? Because I definitely want to be watching what's happening on the lower time frame here, how this resolves. Because I will be like operating based on some of the stuff I just wrote in terms of like adding to the long or opening a short / opening positions on some alts. Yeah, we're gonna call it here though, right? Start of the week, Sunday night. Don't be up too late streaming. Do a quick shout out in the chat. Well, not much of a shout out, right? Shout out to Oliver. And yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow as usual. Usual time, kind of 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern-ish. As usual, right? Stay safe. Don't get liquidated. Don't get got. Have some patience. Don't give away your money to these clowns. Oh, so I did not see your message. My bad. Why didn't it show up earlier? What the hell? Interesting. I don't know why that was so delayed. It just showed up now. From 12:14, it's 12:20. Anyways, yeah, GTA 6. I'm waiting for that too, right? Waiting for that as well. That is true. GTA 6 is the next like, real big release. So definitely looking forward to that. Also, someone mentioned the fighting game from Riot. Looks pretty interesting actually. But anyways, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting carried away. We'll be back. We'll be back as usual. But for now, I'm out of here. Later. Later. Later.